Hi, how are ya? I'm Ken Lamadia, an adventurer from another world, and today we are back with Genshin Impact. I am very, very excited to finally start the final act of this Archon Quest. I have been waiting for a very long time. What is going on with my eye? What is going on with my camera right now? My camera is being very strange. Very strange. It's a mystery. I don't think my eye is completely closed. I think I know what's going on with it. And it's because I have a really bad camera. Anyways, let's not dilly-dally. Let's get straight into it. Huh? How's everyone doing today? I hope everything's going well for you and you're doing good. Were these guys here before? I do not remember all those Gardamex like stationed there, ready to fight. Wait, I can just teleport to the place. Where the place? Where am I teleporting to? What am I doing? What am I doing with my life? It's a question I have to ask myself every day. Is it the wrong floor? No, it's the right floor. No, it's the wrong floor. Incorrect. Incorrect guess on where I'm supposed to go. I guessed wrong. I guessed poorly. But yeah. Okay. Let me fix my camera a little bit. I don't know what's going on with it. It's being so fucky right now. Being so funky right now. There we go. I haven't streamed in like a minute. So it's been a little bit. It's been a couple. It's certainly been a couple. I've just been so busy with IRL adventures that I just haven't had time. I just haven't had the time to sit down and hang out and have a nice stream. You know? I've had no time. Now we're here. We're here, we're finally starting. It's good. Also, off stream, I rolled for Furina. I wanted to get her last night so I could do dailies with her. And get the friendship. Because I need the friendship EXP. I am a min-maxer of friendship EXP. I have to get it as quick as possible. Alright, here we go. Sometimes past since the incident in the fortress may repeat and your sentence here is almost finished. For real. Free place. Autoplay? Let's go! Masquerade of the guilty. It's time. It's getting real. Genshin sound is not working. Genshin sound? There we go. I'm glad I caught that early on instead of like halfway through the quest. I'm glad that was an early catch for me. Sometimes I don't like see those things for like ever. Hi you, how's it going? How you doing today? My eye is being so weird, and I know it's because of my camera. Okay. I know it's because of my camera, and I do not have the time to fix it. I do not have the time to troubleshoot with my camera. I really need to just buy a new one. I tried hooking up my phone before to do this, and it just doesn't work. Doing swell? Let's go. That's good, that's good. That is good to hear. Can't wait for this finale. Let's go. For real. I walked past it. I'm so excited. Hello, please let me leave.
Please
I would like
sign
to leave.
here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Maripede via the regular channels.
Our cake sentence is over.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
Uh-oh.
What's happening?
Are you okay? Are you okay, lady who's checking me out?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Let's go ask Mr. Riz. The King of Riz. Bum bum bum. Mr. Riz. Hello, sir. Did you feel that rumble? That rumbler?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Yeah, bro, did you not feel that?
The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
Huh?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
I see.
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
Monsieur
So the fortress
Neuvillette.
is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Ah, okay.
You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
It is. So
seriously?
true. Actually, today's the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two.
It's
Are you
Adrienne,
leaving now? That's right. Today is our last
our
day
favorite
in prison.
nurse.
But now that Paimon says that,
Today's our last day in
like
prison.
We were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Yeah, we were actually just allowed to leave and walk out. It was pretty cool. This place is really lax for a prison. A lot of people have helped us
yeah,
out.
Paimon feels fond of this place now.
It's a pretty cool
And
place.
be sure to come back and visit.
I like
Miss you.
the place Risley is running here. It's got a good vibe.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Let's
Wow,
go.
you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's all right. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come
Yeah,
back
I don't want
see
to see you, Cedrine.
Paimon
I have,
really
okay,
likes the
I logged on like
cafeteria.
earlier today.
The chef's
I've
here,
been
you
getting
know how to make
requests
good grub.
from people
I hope
who
you
have
won't be here
Furina
as
icons.
convicts the next
And I
time
know
see you.
exactly what they want.
We'll do our best to stay out of
And
trouble.
I already took all of them. They cannot have any.
Seems our work in the
They
fortress
just
of
want my
Maripede
maps.
is finished.
They don't want to
That's
hang
the
out.
end of another chapter
They don't want
in
to be
our
friends.
journey.
They want my
And
maps.
since
They
Nervella
only
was the
want
one who
me
asked us
for
to
my
come
materials.
We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
Flowers, nom nom. They wouldn't eat all my flowers.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Let's go. Let's go see our man, our goat, our king, Neuvillette. Ba, ba, ba. Man, I am so excited for when things start going down in this quest. I am aware that a lot is going to happen over the next few hours. We are gonna go on a journey.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity
This
today.
is truly an adventure.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Nervalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Let's go.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there.
Oh man,
Sorry,
there is
I've
a lot
got
of
my
stuff
hands
going
full
on,
here,
huh?
but you can see yourselves in. Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Yeah, but it's like, I've got 100 case files going on right now. Ooh, that was a cool transition. That was smooth.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
Just know that the only thing that we offer here is water.
Very well, then.
But we do have
Take a break over there
Mondstadt
while we
water,
wait for him to finish
Relay
his
water,
work.
maybe some Sumeru water. Whatever water you could want. Gotta stay hydrated. Important.
All right.
I wonder if he's
should wrap
thinking
things
about
up
the
for now.
Oritrice Mechanique d'Analyse
Are
card
you done
now.
with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all
A
the release
variety of
paperwork.
liquids.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
Water. Yup. It's, I mean, if you ask
a
him,
massive
there's probably
whale.
only one
Do you have
liquid.
any idea what that might be?
Judging
a
from your
massive
description,
whale.
that cannot have occurred in any
It
ordinary
sounds like the
waters,
average
but rather something
Genshin
like
streamer.
the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Bro's going on a trip.
Primordial seawater? But how? Is he okay?
It's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve. Okay, but what about drowning?
Most people wouldn't be
Wait a
capable of
minute,
entering
wait a
in the
minute,
first
Traveler.
place.
What about
I'm not
drowning?
completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was the tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too.
Best
We
time of
asked
his life.
Duke, and he said it wasn't from underwater,
just
so we
vibing.
figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago.
Ah.
The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The
Uh-oh.
water levels rose? Oh no.
I
What
hope
about
Navia's
the
okay.
people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time, and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Right.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
Yeah, Spina de Rasula's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes.
Fair
I'll have to
enough.
ask you
Don't
two
worry.
to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
He said, stay out of my way, side character.
There's no time
Go,
to
go
lose.
check
Let's
on
get
this other
going.
thing. I'll go handle the important business.
Please be careful. The two of you have my thanks. If you need any...
Yes, sir. He's so cool. That's so cool. I'm so glad that I have managed to get every Fontaine character so far. I don't know how we're managing it. Frankly, I think I'm getting extremely lucky, and I
What
probably
happened
won't get
here?
Navia. There's no way. Oh man, that doesn't look good. All the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Were they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Based luck, hopefully. It won't be lucky unless I get every single one. can't believe I got Furina though. I feel like I should not have gotten Furina. I should never have rolled for Rise there.
We haven't
And
seen
I
a
was not
single
punished
soul
for
all
it.
the way here.
Or the Homa. I rolled for Homa
This is
too.
getting scary.
Those were two things I shouldn't have done, and I got away with it.
What will I ever do now?
Disaster Victim M.
Look,
I love
them
that.
on the
That's my
roof
favorite
over
NPC. Disaster Victim M.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Oh man.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
Oh
My
no.
Desiree!
he looks pretty sad.
Hey. That dude lost his
leg.
kid. Disaster Victim
My
F.
leg. How could this have happened? It hurts.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Hey.
You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
That dude has a nice beard. It's crazy though. Navia, you where's girl? Where's our girl boss? Where is boss girl? Miss Boss Girl, are you alright? There's Miss Boss Girl. She's good. Ugh.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Dang, they really got messed up by that. Tremor. I guess this is why you shouldn't make your base
You're
in a
here.
giant sea cave.
We heard there was a situation
It's a little dangerous when
in
an
Poisson,
earthquake
so we came
happens.
as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Dang. Poor guys.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here.
Okay.
We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
Uh-oh.
He's wounded?
Not a good
How badly?
situation to be in.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to
M.
the roof.
Hi,
Once the
Vivian.
water
How you
receded
doing?
and he saw the ground, he became
Hi, welcome,
terrified
welcome.
and eventually...
He jumped down
We
there.
are currently
Find the leader of Squad
experiencing
1
the
and tell him
aftermath
to take the wounded resident
of
to see a doctor.
the
He should
great
know where to go.
water rising of Poisson.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right.
People
You'll be in
died.
charge.
And the guy got his leg broke. And the woman got his leg broke.
I'm sorry. Where were
Doing
we?
good, let's go.
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right.
Oh, right.
Allow me to explain.
The situation here. Poisson.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Started coming out of
The
everywhere.
rushing water seemed a little odd, almost
Oh,
like the unique
no.
color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and
Is
thought it
that
was
is that
just
like an
ordinary
ornamental
water
fish, or did that
leaking
fish
from
like
somewhere.
wash up
Everyone
from
on
the
the
raising
street
sea level?
who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Dang.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared.
R.I.P.
Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground.
Okay.
Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Dang. I think this is like the most tragic event
The Spina di Rosula
We've, like,
initiated rescue operations as quickly
presently
as possible,
witnessed.
but there have been a lot of casualties.
Like, even the like war,
the
the
water
Civil
began
War
to
in
recede after some
Inazuma,
time,
not this bad.
And the chaos came to an end.
Wow.
The water that flooded the area
They're just like,
contained
oh yeah,
primordial
this guy got hit
seawater.
by an arrow,
So
but
the
he'll be
lower levels
fine.
of Poisson are still
They were like,
hazardous.
yeah, people
To ensure
died
everyone's safety,
immediately
I've asked
as
the
soon as
people
the
there to
water
leave as
rose.
soon as
And then
possible.
other people got
No one
stampeded
knows if
over.
this could
And
happen
then
again.
other people fell from great heights.
All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head
That's
count,
crazy.
but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful.
Right.
And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, hey, Furina, you need to, like, hurry
It was
up
quite frightening indeed.
and figure out what you're doing about this. Because this is
I
not a
only
good
wish that
situation.
everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here
Thank
to
you
help.
for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia.
No.
That's what friends are for.
No. No, they didn't die, did they?
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
Oh no, not the bros.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
No. I am way more sad about Silva and Malus
Okay,
than I will
the
ever
wounded are
be
being
about
tended
Tepe.
to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support
This
has just arrived.
this is messed
so
up. No.
Suppose I finally have a moment to
I was like
focus on my
Navia's-
own matters.
That was
Of course,
Navia's like
we should
second
remain ready for
dad.
anything, and continue doing our best to
And
rescue
her
others.
bro.
I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di
I
Rosula
can't
ready
believe
to
this.
render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
Ugh. Big ugh. Extreme levels of pain. This is sad. I love how they have like one graveyard in all of Fontaine. It's the only one. Jump. Alright. Liney's master is buried here. Navia's father's buried here. I wonder who else is buried here. There's only like 7 gravestones.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well,
Yeah, there's only 7.
given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
Oh man. There's no need to push yourself so hard.
Navia, what's wrong?
Navia.
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh?
Man.
What happened to them?
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Man.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests.
This is so
As for
sad.
Malus and Silver, they're
Lord,
just
hello.
gone. I just can't.
I feel so bad for her. Poor Navia.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestone.
R.I.P. hot old man.
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red
R.I.P.
wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
I will forever
It's
love
not
how they
just
designed
me.
Silver.
I always want to
They
bring
gave
something
him
when
the
I visit
normal
Papa.
NPC look. And they
Perhaps
said,
we
what
might
if we
even
just
have a
slap some
picnic.
sunglasses on him?
He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Now, is that a spoiler?
Everyone ends up here
Demon Lord?
sooner or later.
Am I gonna have to be mad at you, or is that a theory?
Buying yourself a plot in advance,
That's
are
the
you?
question.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Aww,
Hey,
no.
stop joking around.
Stop that. Mihoyo, this is not fair.
I'm quite serious.
You can't just be doing
That
this
way,
right now.
it'll save us both the trip to see each other.
This
whenever
is
you
so
visit
sad.
Your father's grave.
You can't be like giving me this after the fact.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Bro.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace.
Man.
But here I am breaking that
We are
promise.
way past the Vache arc. The
I'm
Vache
sorry
arc ended a
for letting
long
you see
time
me in a
ago,
mess
bro.
like
I don't know
this.
what to tell you.
I don't usually cry.
Me Ben
really.
knew.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought
Yeah.
I could make my wishes come true.
Wait, Paimon, you've had someone.
Now that I
You
think
lost
about
someone? I mean, okay, I
it,
guess
never
we've lost
solely
Tepe.
relied on me.
I guess there was
Many
Tepe.
things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver
I can
have
like
helped
never.
me
I will never
so
seriously
much.
like
But by contrast,
think about
I
Tepe.
could
I'm
do
trying to
nothing
distract myself
for them.
from how sad
I'm
this
so
is, by the
sorry.
way.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now,
R.I.P.
you don't know
Tepe.
how much that means.
Bro, like honestly,
By the way,
Scaramouche was right.
you
Why
can
did we
have a
care
look at
about
this.
him?
It's a
He's
list
ju-
of
he was just a
victims from the incident
dude.
that took place
We
here.
literally told him to stop doing what he was
Obena,
doing, and he was like, "No, I'm gonna keep
Khan,
doing it." Like, bro,
Lynette,
he kind of
Giverny,
got, you know, what he wanted.
Francine,
It's his own fault.
Furina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne,
Bro,
Hassan, as well as Malus and Silver.
Paimon
So,
really just listing
everyone
everyone
else
else
is
who
safe.
died.
But still,
Paimon's just
It's
like,
okay.
all right,
I
but
know
here's
what
the
you're
list of
thinking.
deceased people.
And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able
Girl?
to save more than we anticipated.
Daisy Ray,
Overall outcome indicates that
my
the
my girl
cost
Daisy Ray.
was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade.
For real.
Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Let's
I'll
go,
remember your
Paimon.
Oh.
Paimon character
Really?
growth? Question mark?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the
Oh
time
my
since
gosh.
we last met.
I'm sorry, mommy.
Maeve? What are you doing here?
Girl just showed up.
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request.
You
All
help?
the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have
Man.
everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
I will never
Thank
know
you
how to feel
very
about
much.
this woman. I will never know how to feel about her.
Do you two know each other?
Well, of course.
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Oh, so you don't know about the whole...
Usually, I would
kind
call this
of,
a coincidental encounter.
manipulates children
Quite
into
fit this
joining the
time.
mafia.
Besides, it never even crossed my mind that, if a
That
Tui
part
Harbinger would
didn't,
come
like,
looking for
get
me.
communicated to you? Oh, okay, so you know about
Thanks
that.
to the knave,
Okay, good.
Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is
Oh, that's
essential to
good.
fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously.
Support.
We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with.
She's so helpful.
My
I wonder
subordinates have reported that
what she's
Fatui
doing.
soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to.
Oh,
It is simply the way of powerful
so when is she gonna
organizations
start
to act
being maniacally
forcefully,
evil?
whether they are doing good or ill. You've
I
witnessed that
I know to be on
firsthand in
guard
any
about
case.
this woman.
As I've told
I know
this
not to
traveler
trust a
before,
single
I know
thing she
of
does.
the prophecy, and
But,
I
like,
intend to prevent
also,
the impending disaster.
she
Lending
doesn't
your
seem like that
organization
bad
a
of a
hand was a
person right
natural
now.
first step in accomplishing that. As
Like,
such,
if I was
do
going
not be
on
troubled by this
purely
token of our
the
sincerity.
Archon Quest.
Perhaps one day you'll
She is a
also
very
be able
nice
to help
person.
me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry
Good
for your
job.
loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention.
Dad needs to come home.
By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
What's that?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
Yeah, why are you being public
That is
this
a
time?
clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in.
Okay, fair.
Traveler, I'm sure
What's
you
going
remember
on?
that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Mm-hmm.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come?
Indeed.
Jolly
Allow me to
cooperation,
share the
let's
latest intel I've
go.
received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So,
Makes
that's why the
sense.
Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents.
Aw, and so that they're safe.
Linny told me that outside
so
of the
sweet.
house, the person they trust most is you.
Wow.
Which is why I want to give you
That's so
this
nice.
task.
Can you trust an outsider like me? Wait, Aether, can we trust her? Like, she's still number 4 of the Fatui Harbingers.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family.
One moment.
But Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
Aw, she likes us
Makes
because
Paimon feel kinda happy.
her kids like
The
us.
intel I just shared about
Aw.
the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Let's go.
So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
Let's go.
Are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
It'd probably be more
Well,
fun than like
I'm sad, yes.
being
but
around
I
all
can't
this
just
sadness.
go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no
Heck
point
yeah,
in being
I love
depressed while we
Navia.
still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
That's fair. Navia is strong, but she needs company right now. And we can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have
That's
no
not even-
objections.
Not when she's depressed.
What do you
exactly.
say, traveler?
She needs a friend right now. Well, go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
The south of Poisson.
Okay, the 3 of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Let's go. Hanging out with Navia. Meeting is also part of it. There's probably a teleport point closer to it. Huh? There totally is. I don't actually know if that's closer. Well, we'll see. It's a little closer. It's a little bit closer. I wish I could have Navia on my team right now. Sadly, she is not in this game yet. She is not a playable character yet. Should have waited the entire 6 weeks so I could play Navia. Whoop-a-doo. I just like flopped back into the water. I like lost all momentum. Time for a domain. I'm surprised you're getting a domain this early in a quest. It usually doesn't happen.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
For real. Talk about looking at a wall.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Nah, I don't need to be careful. I'm an experienced adventurer. Sorry. Let's go. Let's see what this ruin's got for us. Okay. Hey, some hilly churls. What's up, gang?
Wipe out!
I got some water for
Water
you.
jet!
Step right up. Settle down.
The hydro cannon. Let me use the solar pearl right now. Let me give him one of my 85 wits. Oh my gosh.
Here isn't safe.
You know, Paimon, you could have said something before we fell through the floor.
Yeah.
Thanks for the chest,
Show
idiot.
And voila!
I just thought of something really cool. Since Furina's guys track onto whatever enemy you last attack, you could like use an archer and
This
attack
place
someone,
has also been
and then they'll teleport to that
contaminated by
person.
primordial seawater.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Eh.
A lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Like, yeah, what if I pushed you down? You should go back to safety, Navia.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
There won't be
It's
any help
just
for you
that...
to stay here, Navia. You'll just disappear.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the look of things here, maybe there's no way back.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either.
Ah.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Let me change Furina's wings. I wonder if they ever give Furina a new outfit. If she'll, like, what they'll do. Because right now she has the, like, she switches her outfit, right? So I wonder if they'll, like, still keep that as a thing if they release it as skin for her. Get all the wheat and radish. I love how there's just random foodstuffs in all these domains. Like, people just left food sitting around. All they left was food. Oh my. What is this? This looks very, very interesting.
There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
Oh my goodness! What is going on? This is the most Indiana Jones ruin we've ever explored. No!
Novia!
No! I don't remember which one it is. It's that one. Me when I forget my toggles. Is she good? What's happening?
Demoiselle?
Huh?
What's going on? Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
What happened?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Are we underwater? We're underwater right now. Like in Furina's trailer.
Oh, was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
What's going on?
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
What's going on, dude?
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
I am like absolutely shocked right now. I do not know what's going on.
Ah,
I'm
right.
scared. I am
Yes.
afraid.
I remember now.
I am confused.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Neighbor was like, hey, stop knocking, I'm trying to sleep here.
Calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right.
This is so weird.
Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have
This
as
is
many pots as you'd
crazy.
like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
Yeah? What is it?
Excuse me,
You can
madam.
figure it out.
If I'm not mistaken, your name is
You
Burnett.
can do it, Navia. You can figure out what's going on.
That's right. Is something wrong?
Yeah.
No, it's
all these
nothing.
are dead people.
This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
Come on, Navia. It's because she died.
And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
Huh?
My trial?
What the?
Wait.
Heyo.
Why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
What's going on?
All right then.
What is going on?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
What's going down?
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial.
And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree,
Desiree?
Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as
This
for the
is
judge...
so strange.
Huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
There's no
Please
Monsieur
sit in the
Neuvillette.
defendant's seat.
Only
Don't worry,
your
Silver and
actrice
I shall
Macanique
accompany
Annalise
you.
Cardinal.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Your actrice Macanique Annalise
Typically,
Cardinal.
it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Desiree.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the
on?
whispering! Could someone please
What is
tell
going
me
on
where
here?
Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why
Actrice
I'm standing
Macanique
trial?
Annalise Cardinal.
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain.
Yes,
As all
please,
here
catch
know,
me up.
you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Uh-huh.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us.
What's going on?
Forever.
Huh?
What is going
Are
on?
you saying?
What?
Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
This is,
What is there to discuss?
Oh,
is this where oceanids come
if that's
from?
what you think, then I have
this
no
how babies
further
are made?
comments.
Little baby
wonderful,
oceanids
Miss
are made
Navia.
this way? Is this how oceanids are made? Oceanids with multiple personalities?
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
What's going on? Silver,
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
let's go. The bros are waking up.
Malus?
They're realizing what's going
What
on.
was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
No.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right
What's
to
going
defend our lady.
on?
Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent
Phoenix,
mind.
right time.
She was born a free and independent
Objection!
spirit. She has
She
never
is
been tied
very
down by
cool.
anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Heck
Her
yeah.
actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others.
He's just the
Please
goat.
do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Uh-huh.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontainians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone.
This is
Water
cult behavior.
accepts
all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice?
I love Melusa's voice actor so
are
much.
merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual.
Let's go.
Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
There is no we in Navia.
Justice.
Oh my god.
If your justice is flawed, then why should we
You know what
acknowledge
you know what there is in Navia
As you
though?
said, we can also have our own justice.
Let's go.
Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle.
Let's go. You know what there is an I in though? Navia. There's an I in Navia. That's what there is in Navia.
And that
He is
is
very
how we will
independent.
enforce justice.
Let's go.
My head. It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
This is so crazy. I am now even more confused at what's going on.
Joyville, Jolien,
I mean, like,
Essen,
I've gathered some
and Mr.
things.
Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Meluse and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
They're all dead.
Don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd!
Let's go.
Who are you to say that she cannot be judged?
Let's go,
We
let's
are
go.
the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape!
You're cringe.
We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Meluse and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist.
Man.
This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all
No,
that
she
happened,
doesn't.
she should not be left alone in Poisson.
There's no us in Navia.
What are you saying?
He's an
No
oceaner.
more excuses.
She's an oceaner.
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent
gosh.
individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
They're simping. Well then.
Silence.
Neverland! Dad's here.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
He's here to save the day, right?
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
Let's go.
The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized
Nutella.
party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Let's go,
Please
Neuvillette.
leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Aww.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Oh,
Meluse.
no.
Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Pain. Pain. I am hurting. I am injured by what just happened.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
Let's go, Newbie saved her.
I must have
Thank
been dreaming.
goodness.
Meluse and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
But I stepped in it, and oh wait, I'm a Fontanian. I didn't step on it. I
think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Oh my god!
Did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So, the people that are dissolved become Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Yeah. What's up?
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Is it about the Oratrice Mechaniques and Elise Cardinal?
Oh,
I like talking about that.
Who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
No, there's something to talk about,
I merely
Paimon.
thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Ah, I see.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewin sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewin. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meripede has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewin would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewin made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
He's just vibing.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
You're the expert here, Paimon.
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
You're a water dragon, so you're good at swimming. Yeah.
Is it going anywhere? Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
And then she made me pay her
we originally planned to
more.
meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official
She shook
documents.
me down for the
We
information.
didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Are there any treasure chests
Guess we
around
should
the
get going
perimeter of
again.
this building?
Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Yay, Nuvi's a part of the party now.
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Let's go. I want to explore this place.
Oh no, another unstable path.
Oh my gosh.
Watch your step!
We did it. Are we supposed to head up here yet? What if I was not supposed to head up here yet? There we go. Open door. Oh, was the other one probably just like not working?
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Oh. Come up here. This is cool.
We're almost at the top. Keep it up.
Man. Oh my gosh. Treasure chest. I love how Indiana Jones this place is. When are we gonna run into a giant falling boulder?
Water jet! Yeah!
Let my name echo in song!
Justice is blindsided. The tides beckon. Silence!
And voila!
Bow your head.
Going down. Wait. Let's go on. What's over here? What be over here? Door of Resurrection.
Looks like we've reached the end.
We are about to get into a fight.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Wasn't there like another building though in the back? There seems to be something beyond the wall.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated.
What's going on?
And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Is that Celestia?
Is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro
It is.
Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image.
Is
I
her
know this
alone?
one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
That girl, all alone.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yeah, they do seem to match.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's
It is
getting the
now.
chills just
Come on.
looking at these slates.
Come on, Udex.
This
Step
says
up.
that it's the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
Let's not jump to
I
conclusions.
really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these
Come on,
images are
Paimon.
kind of weird when you look at them
We have
together.
a Fontainian right here. Get what you mean. The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
And the second image is also quite concerning. What sin are the people confessing? Are the people in the image confessing to? Oh
If
my
we
gosh.
go by timing, Lady Furina
Oh
only
my
emerges in the
goodness.
third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria?
Then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
The first sin was the
also,
fairest.
I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
Who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Let's interrogate her. It's
Yeah,
time to
we better
finally get some
somewhere safe
answers.
For now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. True. Let's go see her. Let's go see Furina. Furina.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just
Jeez,
head back
go,
to the
go,
Fluffsandra
go.
and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion.
You said you can't join in this discussion. This is a me and her discussion. Side character.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a
Mr.
problem?
Side character.
Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluffsandra is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
Heck yeah.
Right. I'll be on my way then.
Now if you knew what departing him, Paimon head to the Spindle base at Fluffsandra.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Ugh.
Yay! And there's
Heck
good
yeah.
food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's!
The Mafia's treating us. They're really nice and friendly,
Forget
Mafia.
what happened today.
It's Mona!
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
Let's
It's
go,
you two.
Mona!
What are you doing in Fontaine?
What are you doing here? What do you mean what we're doing here? This is like our thing. We adventure around. What are you doing here? Lady Magistus! Do the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontainian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
What are you doing in the sewers?
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, let's go with that.
It really
I
doesn't.
used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name.
She said, I used to have a different one, which was for some other thing. I don't even remember it. That's hilarious, Mr.
There was
Furina.
nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology,
Like,
so
so amazing,
I changed
too.
my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient
It isn't?
No, she just got pranked.
Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's
Wow.
a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
3 times as great, probably.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
That's hilarious.
Talk about excessive.
That is so funny.
Magistus
Imagine
is
taking
thus
in a
the
pupil
calling card of our
and then
school,
being
so
like,
to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you
and
don't
being
get it.
like, I'm
You
3
can look
times
into
better
it
than
further
you, by
should
the
you
way.
need to study astrology more deeply.
How about triple strength traveler?
That sounds terrible.
No, it doesn't.
But anyway, you're not
Sounds
Fontainian,
cool.
are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Ah.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting
Yeah,
too close to
we
anyone
know.
that looks strange all the same.
Believe me,
There's
Mona, we know.
something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Did you come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona?
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone
just
expected
noticed my
Fontaine
UI
to be
is
in this
slightly
much
off.
trouble.
I'm
What
not
do you
going to
make
fix
of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an
I am
astrologist.
not going to fix it.
And that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary.
A visionary.
But on the flip side,
I think you're a
prophecy is so
visionary.
huge and powerful that it must
You're a
surely
queen,
come
Mona.
from a powerful visionary.
You love Mona.
Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it.
And I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
I need to ascertain the accuracy of the prophecy. Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure?
You sure you want to talk to her?
All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Let's go.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as
Thanks,
always.
Mona.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
Let's go.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed,
Of
indeed.
all the people we know who know the stars, you know the
Oh,
star's the
sorry.
best.
I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
Bye, Mona.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Try to keep it down next time, Paimon.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
All right. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
Oh, yeah. I totally meant that. When I said thanks, I totally meant it.
Kinda sleepy. But it's
I
time
didn't
to get
lie
up,
at all.
traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Let's go. Ba-dum, ba-da-da. To his office. It's so cool seeing Mona again. I really like that like they're bringing back characters from other like nations. I think that's really cool.
You're here, finally.
It makes like each place feel less isolated.
Monsieur Nurvelette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
They started fighting. They started throwing hands.
Like I said, I've already
man.
explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between
Let's
us.
go.
It is not my intention
He's like,
to
it
offend
is time
you, but please
for you to tell me what's
where
going
you
on.
stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You looking over the list good, girly?
They're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Yeah, you gotta figure this
I
out,
will
girl.
say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Come on, Furina, open up.
Seriously? You're questioning me like
Girlies
this is a
are
court
fighting.
case now. I don't know anything about that.
Furina.
You found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
Yeah,
The second
Furina,
of
the
these slates
prophecy.
depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of
He
the
said,
slates
"Do
indicates
you
that
know
the Hydro
nothing?"
Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets,
That's
you
a
know.
really cool
She
angle
was
on
herself
that.
and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
I believe you. I don't believe her.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Uh-huh.
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon.
Right.
But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never
what's
been as
going
superficial
on?
as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Come on, drop it, girl. Drop the act.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations,
Taking it to her grave,
then
for
you
real.
should know I'm actually working to take care of it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me,
Girl.
your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine.
You like can't just expect him to just
That's
listen
all
to
I
you
have
when
to
you
say.
give him no
We
point,
do not discuss
no
this matter
reason
again.
to trust you right now. When you're just acting weird.
The opera's about to start. Toodles!
He's really gonna run away from this. He's really gonna just leave. Archons are crazy. Huh?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
For real. She seems deeply troubled. And she seems to be deliberately hiding something. Yes.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh!
Yeah, I saw all the
you
nowhere
noticed.
you got.
Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to.
Take her to
We may
court.
have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
A trial.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
In that case, we will help. You'll need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, I think I know who to call. A few days later, on a boat somewhere quiet in Poisson.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
Oh my gosh, are
so
we
it's
getting like
presently
the whole
devoid of
gang
people.
together?
That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
I love her.
It's nice to enjoy
love
tea here,
Lynette.
you know?
He's just
Care for a
vibing.
cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Oh no, oh no, Navia, you don't know. He doesn't want to be put on the spot. He's
I
baby.
don't think I can.
He's just a little guy.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in port.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating
This
things
is so
from
funny.
here.
She said
that was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something.
We need to put that
As for what that is, well,
Archon lady on
let's start
trial.
by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts
That
together to
Archon
create
lady
a series of
going
traps.
on trial.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Let's go.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Nope.
Oh, come now.
She changed her mind.
Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Yeah.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Based.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger.
Aww.
As for Lynette, oh,
That's
right.
cute.
You were sick that day, weren't you?
That's adorable.
I've also
Baby.
gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
I don't think
So,
we want to
if we
lethally
were to build a
implement
trap
Furina.
together, right now, what would
I
you
don't think that's
choose to
gonna
build
be
it with?
necessary.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare.
Winnie, we're hunting an Archon. But buddy, we're trying to catch an Archon. I don't think we're hunting pigeons. I don't think she's
Our line
a
of
pigeon.
work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
I think we need to talk about what we're hunting
You used
here.
some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I
what a
even
king.
managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
When it said, and I can
With
help.
discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical
Girl early
animal.
said, and I can
Papa
help.
once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did.
Like something in my
And
eye.
that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I Fear I do not have any related experience.
I would accuse them of
makes
a
sense.
crime and then
You
put them
usually
on
solve
trial.
problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Because we're hunting a god.
Kind, as always.
That we want
However,
answers from.
our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
We're gonna knock her out.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
I see.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best method.
Yeah, maybe we should, like,
If our
actually
means
tell
of
the kids
capturing
what
and
we're
dealing
doing.
with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Monster hunting? No, we're god hunting, baby. Parent's metaphor, hunting metaphor, just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt, because that is not what you should do at the present. Nor has the relationship between you and Furina reached such a dire stage. What you'll need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, and must be done to prevent Fontaine from seeking into the water, as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is all you will need. I see. Let's catch ourselves some goddesses. This quest is really engaging so far. I'm really enjoying it. I am excited for when stuff starts hitting the fan.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
This eating sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
You feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Is something wrong?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
A ghost?
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Right. After
The voice from the sky,
after the
I
Archon
fear
Quest,
that
or
description
the
is
interlude.
wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Okay. Gee, Ghosty, for real. Who are you and what do you want from us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Oh, Friend's Disciple. So is this one of the Friends of Moneth Master? The enigmatic N of the Hecking Circle? Allow me to ask you, will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Uh-huh.
Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Huh? There it is again. Hey.
Ah, so you've caught
Guys,
on.
hello, Amelia.
Just as
How are you
prophecies
doing?
are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
Doing good, that's good. I'm glad. Oh.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
She's spitting right now. The tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change.
Right.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
This like reminds me of like
This was
Elio
good tea,
and
by the
Honkai
way.
Star Rail.
Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mage N. Is this the clue you're leaving for us? Unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. And I can't read the rest of it because it goes by too fast.
What? I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
You're getting more diligent, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked
It's
in on some
Mona.
lively banter.
Let's go. How have you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat.
It was Charlotte.
Did she have pink hair by
I
any
know.
chance?
See? Me and Paimon.
Yes, it was Charlotte.
We're getting late.
You remember her, right?
She's getting closer.
Daredevil
to
journalist.
thinking well.
I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Actually, someone already came over.
Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
You know, I mean, the gods' gazes aren't perfect. Like, A literally almost let her country get destroyed. Right under her nose. Because she didn't know what was actually going on.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Wow.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
I don't know, and seem kind of like
Their
a ghost.
abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Right. True, her words were meant as a helpful hint. But when will we realize their value? Was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon? Are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
Yeah, we're kind of in a tight spot right now.
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
What a queen. I love her.
You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona. And thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Are we gonna go see Charlotte? Are you gonna go see Charlotte again? We're going to the newsstand. And who better to see at the newsstand than the news reporter, right?
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous?
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy. But that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
Right?
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Let's go, she got her report
Charlotte's
out.
biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh,
Get the bag.
Seriously?
Hit the bag. I don't...
Fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
She's getting her back. I'm cool with it. Get that bag, girl. Get that bag. All right. Oh, it's the hotel.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Meal number 3. We are doing a meal count once again.
Quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Oh no, I'm like worried. These like seem like such mundane things. Are we gonna get sent another time loop?
It was
Hasn't
so
sold out
delicious
for the
the
day?
last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
You can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais.
Or maybe not. I'm like
Oh,
paranoid
I heard about
after
cake
the
too?
Sumeru Archon
It
Quest.
seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
His favorite
Do you
food
come
is
here
water. It's water with
Usually
ice.
every day.
That's his favorite food. He loves ice.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Ah.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow.
Paimon.
You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy.
This is
To be
hitting the
honest,
girl
I
hard
haven't
right
paid
now,
much
isn't
attention
it?
to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Let's
no,
go.
it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Smart. Bars.
Huh.
Bars. She's spitting.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go?
Sadine's the realist.
These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
The Melusines are so sweet and cute.
I sure
I
do.
can't handle this.
She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are
I love how she
creatures that are
says
saddened
humans.
easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
Aww.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Bye. Sadine's the goat.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Man, something bad's gonna happen. Something's going on here. I don't like the mood Paimon's setting. I'm gonna have to ask you to brighten it up, Paimon.
Office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Yes, and hopefully you won't make this chat depressing, Paimon. Please do not start talking about the apocalypse.
Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
It was a banger.
You got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
I don't care. Get that back. But hey, can we share that back?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
God.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So
pretty
she
cool that
mentioned
she's
me?
here.
What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Yeah.
So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Let's go.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If...
What would you do if everyone
just
died?
for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow?
Paimon!
What would you do today?
This is not cool.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end.
Right.
So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer.
He's awesome.
And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That is so hype.
That's so nice.
I would love to, like,
all of a sudden, Paimon
have that
actually
kind of
kinda
energy
envies her.
one day.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Just like, yeah, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Yeah?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Girl is really going through it
Paimon
right
should
now.
ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
He's really going through it right now. I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly, trying to consider what to do is
We've
pointless.
always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Well, until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
Yep, cherishing every single moment that I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yes, we have. Indeed. The banter goes back and forth, the two of you, as time slips by. As night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina de Rosula safe house at L'Oeuvre Saint-Jean. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even drops by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well. Calm before the storm, yeah. I think it's about time for this stuff to start going down.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Uh-huh.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
What's up?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the fortress of Meropide.
So are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals? That we might be
Not
fortress
at all.
criminals.
I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
Uh-oh.
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
Yeah, let a girl join the opera in
Is
peace.
Furina okay?
For real, for real.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control
Let her
and
live.
that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
Oh.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet.
Where did she go?
That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the
Good.
situation.
Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You sure caught on quickly.
If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat.
All
And, as you
according to
also
plan.
know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Right.
Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too.
I see becoming a detective's done you some good.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Let's go. Du Poisson.
This place
Paimon
looks
is
deserted.
defective. Real.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Hi, Furina.
That's Furina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Shh, be quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Furina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina.
Girl.
You were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Uh-huh.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dared to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Stop trying to act tough, Furina. You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there!
Hey, get her!
Quick, after her!
Let's beat her up!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Girl.
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off.
Man.
Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Let's get out of here. Well, I guess we lost them. Oh, they did head down that way. Uh-huh.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Oh, man.
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
All according to plan. Silent chase, for real. Look, Poisson!
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
This place is not what I'd call soundproof. You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Uh-oh.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Another disaster just struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Furina finally reached her limit? Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look far less stiff. Begin to talk amongst yourselves as Furina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Wow.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing.
Right.
But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
But even then, you still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Kagami, what's up?
It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
Heck yeah.
I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Brother.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
This girl.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Uh-huh. Running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Furina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share the burden with you.
Share my burden.
Come on.
That's
yeah,
impossible.
Share it.
It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Talking about the character. Yeah, Furina can be a real stinker at times. But I think we're finally getting to her.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Girl, what are you talking about?
If that's the case...
Uh-huh. There's no time left. Please, Furina, just spit it out. Cutscene time. Oh. Get pranked. Impressive work, Lynn. Holy, bro, you popped off. You transported her all the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Wow.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Chad.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
Yes. But it needs to be done.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Would you like to have a duel? You want to throw hands.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Dang. You gotta obey the law, Furina.
I see. It seems like you have
You
made
gotta
up your
follow
mind.
your own rules. Ruh-roh.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
Oh.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
She bowed. She said, I'm not doing that.
Humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
You know.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of
Archon of
surrender.
France.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I
That's all
raised
I
my
said.
hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone.
Finally got her.
I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I,
All right.
Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice.
Let's go.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Let's go.
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
She is very excited for this. She knows how to bring the hype.
Now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes?
She is
Also,
in
even though
control.
she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then.
She is
Who
in the
will
pilot
be
seat.
my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then
You
please
sounded
speak,
so mad.
witness of Tivat, my
She was
accuser
like,
and fated
"Oh,
opponent.
Okay. I see how it is. We're so close to getting her to tell us the truth. And it still turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Furina in court, we'll still have a chance to figure out everything. Let's go.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial
They moved her
begins.
chair. They moved her chair down.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
You know, a little bit.
Do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Let's
They
go.
changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
Fun.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover,
Let's go.
according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So,
we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
Bro is really flexing.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
You really had to get her back.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina.
Very cool.
Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
There.
It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that. We deceived you back there.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
He was ready to throw hands.
That as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Heck yeah.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
No, you guessed wrong.
Oh?
No, that's wrong. My mission was to give you one last chance. We hoped you'd share your secret with us before the magic box arrived on the stage. I can barely read.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Let's go. Us versus Furina again. Part 2. Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydro Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Furina want to say to me right before he arrived on stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh?
Let's go!
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
Huh?
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Nice!
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
A super practical gift. I never would have thought of using it this way.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon. I didn't think... You defeated the Hydro Archon
Gotta
in the
listen to
very
each
first
one of
duel you
these.
took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her
Mm-hmm.
instinct must mean something. The fortress of Mirapede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think.
Sad.
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Awesome. Heck yeah. Shout out Charlotte.
The
What a go.
prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
Girl, take this seriously.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
He's speaking.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Let's go.
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Faker!
She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
She said, Faker, you're the only fake Archon around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Huh, you're not even good enough to be my fake.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
We'll make her eat those words.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor.
I'm not trusting that
Are you sure
bunk
you want
machine.
to commit to a charge that
That
will
machine's
never
rigged,
be
bro.
upheld? If you wish to drop the
You
case,
built that
I can
thing.
promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a
That
false
thing's rigged.
accusation. We will treat
don't
everything that's
trust
happened
it.
as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon, because that's their long-held belief.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
The Oratrice Mécanique Genelise Cardinal was always correct. Why should you ever doubt? True. Jode was definitely guilty. I gotta think carefully. What do we know to be special about Furina exactly?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, Even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Doesn't matter who gave us the information. What matters is the veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Girl has never met another Archon. If Venti just came through here once, he would immediately be like, oh, that's not what the god's supposed to be like. I see.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervlet?
So Furina, instead of an Archon, could she just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
I low-key kind of thought of this for a long time. I just want to say, at the very beginning, I was like, Furina's a human.
Well, it is
I
true
knew
that it's
it. I just want
extremely
to say,
difficult to tell
you can look on my
humans and
Twitter,
gods
I
apart
called
just
this.
by looking at them.
I
It's not
knew she was
impossible.
human. I knew it.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority.
I think I said it when I was talking about New
Humans
Zealand.
cannot. That's why they're
maybe being
worshipped
the
as
Archon.
gods.
If not, then I only mentioned it privately in a Discord, and I can pull up the screenshot. I can prove that I mentioned that I'm pretty sure she's human.
For centuries,
I've said it.
manifestations of my authority
might also
have
be somewhere
served the nation
in a
of
font.
Fontaine.
I don't know.
One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemitium that is used in every aspect of life.
The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Wait, that one trial proved the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice at all. Dun dun dun!
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Let's
Didn't
go.
I
Let's
make
hear it.
myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Girl, you did not say that. You just
Lady
were like,
Furina,
I don't know what
I believe
happened.
a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Exactly.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So follow them
you
rules.
neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you,
Did not find
the
it? Okay.
manifestations of authority
I
mentioned
probably
have been
mentioned
made
it
by the
in the
real
Discord.
Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Sure, we can put the Oratrice aside for now. Then Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
Girl.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of your power over Hydro should be quite harmless. Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision. Surely. Hee.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Yay!
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons
it's
derive their
because of the
power from the
Indemnitium.
faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like
I
nobody's
found
buying Furina's
those
excuse.
on Discord. Through that.
Hey, come now, everyone! Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar! I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved! Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me!
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Yeah.
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
The Oratrice Machinique Generalise Cardinal!
Evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
We can prove that she isn't the Archon. We can try to prove that she's just a human. And if she's only human... He makes mistakes.
That doesn't sound right. Paimon doesn't think this clue...
No. This one?
That doesn't...
No. This one.
It has been
Let's
established
go.
that all Fontainians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Is this the second time we've had someone basically
Miss Navia,
say
please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing
life
the court.
end yourself right
Though
now?
you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
You said hush.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rosula.
Yeah.
The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Furina?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
Uh-huh.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
He's gonna do it!
Hey!
Yeah, actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most
really
obvious
playing this
thing in
up.
the world?
Miss Siegewien? If you're present, Miss Siegewien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewien?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Dang.
Thank you, Miss Siegewien. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to
Girl
prove
only
my
knew
innocence?
one symptom.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't
On
want
the off
anyone
chance
else
that you
to lose
actually
their
just
life
went
to the
through
sea.
it and decided I'm just gonna do it.
For Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's
Let's
a great
go.
thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe...
We tricked you. What's really going on here? Furina can't not known the consequences of touching that water as a human. This is too unlike how she usually acts. Unless it's actually more important for her to keep the facade than to save her own life. But hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks! What happened just now didn't prove a single thing! Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
I don't think we want to say it out loud. I don't think anyone needs to spell it out for you, Furina.
Anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
Man, poor Furina. We're like practically bullying her at this point.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Got anything to say, Furina?
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Oh, man. Poor girl. Poor girl, I feel so bad doing this to her.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is...
Aww.
guilty.
Defeated. Poor Furina.
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Let's go. The Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale. What do we get from our gotcha pull? It really does look like a gotcha pull screen.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong?
The Oratrice said... The Oratrice said, no. That thing's rigged. Of course it's gonna say she's not guilty. It can't be it. Did the Oratrice just declare Furina to be innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
Oh.
The death sentence?
We killing her.
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Oh,
what an
man.
unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
The Oratrice said, alright, you messed up. You messed
This
up.
outcome is
Die.
indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
He did lie for 500 years.
Even Masquerade wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
What's more strange is, instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Okay. I'm gonna put on what I said. Okay, I didn't exactly, word for word, say Furina was human. Technically not. I technically didn't say that. I was thinking it, but that is not what I wrote down. Let me post. Let me show the image. One second. I don't know how OBS works anymore. It's been too long. It's been too long. One second. Okay. Not media source. Why am I blind? There it is. I found image. I have found image. There we go. Okay. What I had said, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Why it disappear? It... There we go. Okay. What I said. I said a little bit before it. What I said is my current Furina theory is that it's like left brain, right brain. Ghost Lord split herself into a very human side, which is Furina, human, and then her logical side, which I think is the Oratrice. I think the Oratrice is Ghost Lord. Which makes it very interesting that the Oratrice right now is like Hydro Archon die. I don't know what that's all about. If the Oratrice truly is.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Remy! My son!
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Okay, so what's going on? What were you doing?
Is that the first prophecy slate?
What?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
Hey!
I looked everywhere and
he
finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
Let's go! Best boy.
Has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet. It's still too late. It's still not too late for you to shine, my son.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Time to sit down, buddy.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
All right.
So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power, turning oceanids into human beings.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon.
Uh-huh.
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Right.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
An association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates.
I don't need the help. I still remember. It was like an hour ago, bro. Find a scenario related. Okay. Verification process continues. The Fontaine water level in the menu interface war. I don't like the Fontaine water level rising. Can we not have it rise?
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Oh.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Right.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Prophecy slate.
That doesn't sound quite right.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the...
Well, I skipped the line. I skipped the line. I didn't mean to. Okay.
That doesn't sound quite...
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Huh. Oh. I think I just put everything together.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
Okay.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete. All right.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelation.
Let's hear them.
The first slate reveals that Fontainians are not real humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater. and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Second Slate reveals the crime of the Hydro Archon was their creation of Fontainians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Right.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Uh-huh. As for the third slate, I'm still convinced that it should come after the fourth slate.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
The fourth slate depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy, as already widely known.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Aww.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Right. Break it down for us, Nuvi.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Let's go.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
That's insane.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
He's like, I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm still a human.
Truth. We can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So they are in the right order? What is the third slate supposed to represent them?
A key point of the visual on the third
Burley
slate
said no.
is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
It can't be.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Are we the baddies?
What should we do?
I don't know. It feels like there's no way out of this.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Masquerade served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes?
Right.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be the gotcha player?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find...
Quite.
No, not that. Sorry, I went too far.
It was both dream and reality.
The whale.
If we're
gotcha
talking about
player.
a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
The whale. Oh boy. Oh no. The wallet's coming out. The wallet's coming out. Carry it, newbie! Carry it! Go! Go, shielded! Hype! He's kicking its ass! Let's go! Yo! That's it! You good there, bro? He's not looking good. Childe, you alright? You alright, bestie? Bro, don't give a thumbs down before falling down. That's not good. I think you need some help.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
That's right. I'd also wager that it's also the one that child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Yeah, I really hope we can go and help him.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
For real.
Anyway, now
I
that we
didn't know
know
his
that
special
this
connection
whale
was
is the actual
we're gonna
cause
fight
of
to the
disaster
death later.
recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
They haven't met me yet.
That's not something I will accept.
Let's
We've
go,
already done
Navia.
everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Let's go.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Think.
The
At that time.
prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it all turned out like this. Couldn't fight against fate. Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there'll still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it that she wanted to say to me at the last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret? Oh, what's going on, Oratories Macamudi?
What's happening with the oratories?
Annalise Cardinal, I'm sorry I didn't see your full name.
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Oh!
Furina!
Girl said, oh, are you not killing him? You're not killing her?
I still need answers.
Do it myself. Let's go. Proactive protagonist. Whoa. Oh my pretty. She's so pretty. Furina.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Her voice.
I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question,
please give us this outfit for her.
Focalor. You know, the god.
She's so casual about it. She's just like, yeah, I'm Focalor. You know? Archon.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
This like reminds me of like how in history, in like US history, the president after FDR, I'm like blanking on his name. He was like not told about the atomic bombs, about the nuclear bombs, until he became president. So it's like essentially like, oh hey, by the way, we have this death bomb that you can just drop and end the war. Just thought you should know about that. And that was just like dropped on him. This is like what that's reminding me. Egeria died and she was just like, oh, I'm the Archon now? Oh, everyone's gonna die. Oh.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
She's so
I
eloquent.
spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
This lady is so overconfident. I could understand why the Oceanids wouldn't like Furina. I think I can understand why those other Oceanids don't like her.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
For real?
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Makes sense.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do. even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Called it.
The me you see before you now
Called
is
it. I knew
that
it.
divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. She's so funny. I love her.
Do you still remember the final
She's so
scene
casual
of the
about
prophecy?
everything.
The Hydra Archon, alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydra Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
That's so
Instead,
crazy.
she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
For real.
It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Man. Poor Furina. I came in contact with Furina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain a being's strongest emotions. With a sufficiently strong hydro sensitivity, I can form an emotional connection, just like I did with that ocean at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Furina's inner world? Furina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment, that probably isn't Furina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Hi, Munless. I guess I have to take the stairs. Like a normal person. No climbing on the pit for me.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Come on, it's me.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
Don't look at
There
me.
is
Don't
no
look
need
at
to
me.
state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
But I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
Just let the stage lights go off, please. Only for 1 second.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
That way I can finally be myself again. Something's off. There's no getting through to her. In her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must she have? That even her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense. I have to find a way. Turn off these spotlights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Here comes the finale.
Silence!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Bow your head.
Let's go. No more spotlight on ya. That's all the spotlights turned off. In Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I just received some sort of signal. Is that her true voice? A ticket? When did that end appear? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. Scene 1. Before a mirror. Furina. Oh man.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment.
The Archon.
Mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad.
Man.
Let's go with that.
This is so messed up, Focalor.
What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty.
I'm just so enraptured.
As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Oh, man.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
That's so sad. Oh, man. A session speech, Furina. Oh, man. Girl had it so rough. We have to walk up properly. Can't jump up. This is the stage. This is a show.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Aw, she's so cute. She's like addressing it like an office meeting. Like, yeah, I'm your new boss.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be
so
all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
Fake it till you make it.
Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act?
This is so
Assertive,
sad.
with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That...
Thanks, Sonny, for sex.
Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
Let's go.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Duh.
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
What were their opinions on
Seems
Nigeria?
I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Resolutely with conviction.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away.
Justice. Let's go.
Well, I say that
Vote for
justice
Furina,
is most
2023.
fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Turn up the drama.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
End the speech emphatically.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Let's go! That's how you do a speech, girl. Scene 3, Opera House, Furina. We're more running this time.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neverlet. Besides, none
said,
of
"I don't
these
wanna do her."
trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
That.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle.
She's so cool. She's such a sweet god.
On behalf of my
She's
son.
doing so good. Oh, girly. She's doing so good.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Man.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
She was really trying so hard.
So? Well, no
She was
wonder.
trying so hard.
This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Man.
Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
for. Opera House Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you.
TSI, Kagami.
Indeed, my
I said your
dear
full name.
loyal citizen.
I meant to just say
this
Kagami.
joyous moment is an honor
But have a
for
good day.
us both.
Bye-bye. I also need to use the bathroom, and I'm waiting
Lady
for this
Furina,
to end.
we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Oh, by the way, the Institute exploded.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Man. Scene 5. Scene 18,000.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Oof.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of mine, most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina.
Oh man.
My lady?
He's really...
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice.
That's so wrong.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I
Furina
reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy.
Only she knew about the whale.
Is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Man. Ajiri, you couldn't have just, like, asked to make humans? Maybe they would have said yes.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
It's my voice. In this scene. Is this the scene from when we were within that giant magic boat? Bleh. Great. I didn't think that this scene would replay in our inner world. Surely I'll find out what you wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Man. Furina.
Fine.
She really said out. Side character.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Linny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you.
Let's
hidden
go.
within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Let's go, I was
Alas,
right.
Your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth,
I mean, it was
is
easy
no
to get,
enactor
but
of justice.
I was right.
It is, in fact, a device created to kill. the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
He's been harvesting all the
You have
indemnitium to
it.
kill.
And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority has been, had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed.
Crazy!
This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Girl said, I'm about to make it the 6.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
She's crazy.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Let's go!
But...
She's crazy! She's crazy!
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Girl!
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
Oh my god.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know
Hi,
that
Agnes,
I could never
I'm
declare
crying.
them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Gonna go out like this? What's the war?
Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
I need a second. Let me just go to the bathroom really quick because I still need to pee. Oh gosh, that was a lot. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay.
Was that bright
We are
light
back.
some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Nah.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You obtained power? Just now?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean, me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Let's execute. Wow. So much for staying away from the strange-looking water.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. We shall share the part of the ancient dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together.
I'm shooting my balls, hitting nothing.
Silence! Be sanctified.
Where'd he go?
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Settle down!
Get him! Oh boy! God! It's so loud. Can we like hold up for just a second? I don't know why it's deciding to be so loud all of a sudden. Okay.
Silence!
Dude. Okay, 1 second.
Bombs away!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within. Let the mighty be humbled.
Time to shine!
An oversight on my part. Silence!
Oh, I can't change my audio settings. Oh man, I wish that the music is usually so much quieter. That's why I like usually have the music up at max.
A round of applause!
But the freaking dubstep night over here.
The show begins!
Settle down. Manifest the authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the
Let's
might
go,
of the
Red.
primordial sea.
So loud. Do we take him out? Oh man. What's going on? Did she just see a child with it?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Disciple? Your master's pet?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Yeah.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
That's so funny. She said, oh, well, I just didn't talk to him because he's weak.
So you may speak to me as equals.
What sort of person would, take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all,
it is pretty pretty.
It fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master?
Whoa, her legs are cool.
Master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? Is this like Honkai stuff I'd understand?
With that name.
If I was more familiar with Honkai
So
and
master
Backseating,
is insufficiently
would I know?
famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name the Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter.
Okay, so it's not
They're both
Rhine-daughter.
pursuing some form of perfection.
Okay, I was confused.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies would prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
No. Paimon, there's little to be surprised about. It's natural. After all, the prophecy will truly come true. We knew this and accepted it.
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Huh?
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
So what happened now?
Hey! Help! Over here!
Oh my goodness. Everyone's alright, let's go. They were trapped. Let's go, Risley's ship! Risley's giant boaty pod! Rebuilt.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
Yeah. This is so sick! This is so cool.
Hey, lend a hand!
Remy! My son.
Look! The water's receding!
Woohoo!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Let's go! Let's go! You did it, Furina!
Are you alright?
Yeah.
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
So long.
Lainey's idol wife.
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula tax post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie
Oh my
when
God.
you're starving late at night. You just need a little of
I
it.
did not notice what time it is.
Skyship Winglet.
I do not have
Brain
time
of
for
the
this.
Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
They might have been real big shots from the start. We just didn't meet them in that
What do you
capacity.
think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, We would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
The articles do make me curious about how things will play out.
Curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of new...
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
I am debating leaving this. Question. Are you here? I know you finished the Archon Quest already. How much longer do I have left? I've gotten to the interviews. If you have the chance. If you're still here, I need to know. Because either I do not continue this, and I just end it here without doing the resolution, or we do it. I'm gonna keep going through it and not wait, but I really need to know. If you need to go to 3 locations, how long do you think it should take? If it's less than 15 minutes, we're good. What the heck? I went the wrong way.
Navia!
And a Fatui guy.
Oh, it's you. Hey, we're just having a look around. I'm here to update myself on how things
Okay,
are
how
going
long will the
here.
other ones take?
Oh,
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of you, but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials.
Huh? You?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Furina.
That was
so
pretty
she's
awesome.
here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well...
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a...
I see you're...
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take...
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then...
How did it go? Was it a good...
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Okay.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Yes, let's call it a day. We need to move.
You're very quick.
Speed is also not to...
Wow.
I'm just gonna mash through this part.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're welcome.
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was... What I told him that it was...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell
Okay.
me if you hear...
I'm just like skimming through the dialogue at this point. Fortress of Maripede. Go, go, go. There we go. First location done. Go, go, go.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing it.
Yes, I have.
Did you?
Of course.
It's an honor to.
No need to thank me.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Let's go, let's go.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that.
Sir, please
They
don't
really
say
hate
things
each other.
like that.
Oh, my 6 and 4.
But it looks like dear Mr.
No, I just...
Now,
I don't have time for this.
I act the boat that
I
brought
don't have
about a
time for
miracle.
this.
Still, if I might.
I'm going to finish this
I have
conversation.
to apologize, but that ship is presently in the
And then I'm going to end stream. It sucks
You
to end
already
it
know
here.
my answer, I'm afraid. Best
But
to interview our
I
head
just
nurse
don't
instead.
have time.
Or perhaps.
Did you
I
really
need to
have
get
to
ready
use the
for
word
something
couple?
that is literally in 30 minutes, and I have to do a 10-minute drive to get there.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone...
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like...
Ah.
Alright, come on.
Hey, Miss
Stop
Charlotte.
talking.
Sure. Come
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, same old.
Other than that flying ship.
And that's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun.
Uh-huh.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you?
What change can there be? As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave...
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good.
I
In that
I
case,
can
let's
do
call it
one
a-
more of
Thanks
the
for your
location.
cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a next...
Maybe. Who knows?
No, I shouldn't.
All
I
right.
shouldn't.
Last
I
stop,
should have started
the
stream
docks.
earlier. I knew it. I knew I should have started stream earlier. I really should have. I'll try to get ready and get through it. I'll just let autoplay play while getting ready. In the hopium there'll be enough time. Why did they have to be all the way down there? What the fuck, Lenny? I know this is your fault. Oh, and I'm gonna have to select dialogue options. This sucks.
I didn't see them! They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend?
You
I
tricked
wonder which
Remy.
of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Bullying.
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
Baby boy.
Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. in the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Heck yeah!
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of
Amazing
everyone the
at
moment she
Texas.
realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
I'm
Father
doing all
says
right.
that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Bruh. What do you mean? Why? Why do they just give them away?
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite
This is
surprised
getting
at first
comedic.
myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child.
Bro really
or
got
as
the
thanks for
thing
his
back
help in
and he
tying
said,
the all-devouring
"Eh."
narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to
He said,
Fontaine
"Eh."
and Poisson.
I don't need it, actually. I'm good.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Maripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given.
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Well, I guess I can call him one of my war buddies.
That's true. When you think
Poor
about
guy.
it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So
Very
shocked
cool.
by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
He's here.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind.
I'll
I
fall
would
for
have
40
done them
plus days like
regardless.
dude was Ritalina's fuck. For real?
Take the
He's
gnosis
crazy.
back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers.
Wait, so what are we gonna...
Don't be
Are we
too
gonna fight her
preoccupied
later?
with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a
She already
single
accomplished
place or
her
person,
goal.
but the entire
Does that mean we
world.
don't get to fight her?
With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
Will you keep to your position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something. Please help us deliver this.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for
He
him.
did
this
all that
entire
without his vision, too. That's insane.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article.
He's
However,
like, "No, I
feel
can't
free
take a
to write as
picture of
much as you'd
you."
like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell,
Gosh,
Father.
I love her. She's so fake.
Oh, she has such an intimidating
So
presence.
fake.
I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my
Girl
pre-scheduled
puts
interviews.
on the airs.
Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
Didn't we already get one from him?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. I guess this must be life. We will all Alright then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll...
Well,
Alright.
Guess we sent Charlotte off. Should we go see how Neverland's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time.
I shouldn't do it. I shouldn't do it. Alright. It sucks, but I have to end it off here. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I had to end it here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Have a safe time on any future adventures you're going on. And bye-bye. Here's the ending screen.